Oh, hey, morning. Feels like someone's trying to keep the springy snake in a box. I mean, we pulled back and we're finding support, which is kind of what I expected. I don't know if we're gonna substantially lose gamma neutral here, though. Seems pretty simple, though. Resistance at 40 and 50 to the upside. Support at 25. 20. 20, 25. Gold is ripping. It's op. It's ripping. It's doing well today. Mm. I would watch for consolidation and a break up here, I think. Let me see what positioning looks like. Interesting. You know what? Maybe not bullish. Some bot puts to the downside here. It looks like the out of the money call positioning is mostly collapsed. Some of it's coming back in, but a lot of it fell off after that initial rejection. Hmm. Who's gonna win here? I don't remember you asking about Weight Watchers. Hmm. I do remember you asking 2 minutes ago. What's for breakfast? I have a Ezekiel English muffin with fig jam and a cheddar omelet. Hmm. It's like a little broccoli in it. And have a lot of broccoli. You're right, Bob. The muffin's disgusting. But regularly pooping outside of market hours is far more important than the taste of my bread. What kind of cheddar? I don't know. It's just like some extra. It's not special. It's extra sharp. Irish cheddar of some sort. I would want a mobile toilet on my chair. That'd be unsanitary. That's my problem with it. Oh shit. That's awful. Brown eggs, cardboard packaging. Rich people vital farm eggs from Whole Foods. It doesn't hurt yet. Yeah, but it will. Let me be very clear. U.S. ports are not empty, okay? They just have fewer ships at them right now, especially along the West Coast. But far from empty. No, I just pulled it up. It took like 2 seconds. It's like marinetraffic.com or some shit. There's another good way you can assess the ports. It's like this. This has all the delays for each port in the US. The only empty ports are the pickle jars. Nice. Did I ask you about it? We discussed we were pivoting to offer GLP-1. They still have 3 million subscriptions. Large customer pool to shove magic skinny drug down their gluttonous mouths, but then they lose all their customers. I don't remember talking about. I remember talking about hymns and GLP-1 a lot, but never Weight Watchers. I didn't even know Weight Watchers was publicly traded. Was I bullish? Mm. Well, the best part about the figs is like the little chunks of wasp meat. You're one of the crazy people that think 100 grown men can take on a silverback gorilla. One grown man can take on a silverback gorilla. Does he get a weapon? It doesn't match my narrative. I just want to make fun of Bob with the same disregard for the facts. It's pretty easy to make fun of Bob without disregarding facts. I own a trucking company over here in California. The only thing that's changed is now they need bonded carries. Wasn't a bond required to operate anyway? Hand-to-hand combat? 100 people? One grown man couldn't take on any wild animal more than a quarter his size without some kind of weapon. That's not true. There was that one guy who choked a mountain lion to death. Survivorship bias. I think the mountain lion was probably just trying to get away. They usually don't eat grown men. I wouldn't go in a room with a fucking chimpanzee. I like my face and balls. Fuck that. I don't like monkeys. Uncanny valley, weird fucking animals. I don't like monkeys either. Too much tendon strength. Yeah, they're like extra strong, stupid people. What's that first time caller? Face and balls. Monkeys will rip, chimps will rip them off. It's only used to trade if you're moving free trade zone products. In this case, my shippers don't want to pay tariffs. They aren't sure of the rates. Beautiful. An average man could defeat any wild animal with minimal tools. Find a stick and check its oil. Yeah. The amount of work humans have done with a pointy stick is amazing, actually. Monkeys do that on site? No, no. Chimps do it really specifically. Not all monkeys. Monkeys usually just like jerk off on you or throw shit at you. Like the little monkeys. The ripping off your face and balls and stuff like that, that's more of a chimpanzee thing. No, I've not had any of those things happen. I just got done saying I fucking hate monkeys. Monkeys, apes, I won't go anywhere near them. Yeah, largely for that reason. So is coalition killing 99.5% of what? The monkeys? Good. Get rid of them. You want something to evolve and outcompete you? With ridiculous forearm strength? You don't believe in evolution. Kiko, don't bullshit me. Yeah, you have 97.5% the same DNA as a mouse. Doesn't mean you're anything like one. We share 75% of our DNA with chickens. That was just yesterday, Kiko. Ivy picks up to the upside around 55.30. There are calls there, but those came in today, largely. And earlier on the prior test of 55.50, a bunch of calls sold off. They all took profits, which is why we failed. And also, the IV to the upside isn't very high. It's pretty flat. Like, all the way out to, like, 55.35. And part of that increase in IV that you're seeing further out than that has to do with moneyness. These are like out of the money calls. They're gonna have higher IV. That doesn't necessarily indicate that the interest there is higher. It's just that they're further out of the money. What's wrong with the cheddar omelet? Anthropologist here? Shut up. Well, fucking don't act like the high correlation in our DNA is significant in any way. I could take a chimp. I've spent years relentlessly exercising my forearms at least 3 times a day. Have you ever seen those videos of chimps jerking off? They do it in like 2 strokes. That's how strong their forearms are. No, 97.5% of our DNA with mice. We have genetic similarities with bananas too. It's true. Not all people are built the same. Some of us can break watermelons with our legs. Some of us cannot. Hmm. Is it hard to break a water? What's the tensile strength of a watermelon? Oh, chimps do get murdery. 240 to 364 pounds. That doesn't seem that bad. And you're using your legs? Probably not that hard to do. What I'm hearing is we can steal all the chimp girlfriends easy and cuck their whole species into extinction. Meanwhile, SPX is about to your mom. Isn't that how we got AIDS? Wait, wasn't the somebody fucked a monkey thesis disproven at some point? You're just gonna love this. Do you know who said that the port I drove past was empty over the weekend? Houston Wade. Oh, Jesus Christ. Does he even live near a port? He seems like the kind of person that would be surrounded by land on all sides. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably like one of the ports in the Great Lakes. The ones that like people don't care about. Doesn't he live in Houston? I don't know. Does he? But he fucked a monkey. That'd be crazy. I thought we were bullish today. What happened? We tested Delta, like, we almost tested Delta neutral and then failed. I talked about that in the morning thing. Are you doing the reading comprehension problem again? Pretty close to the monthly DN test here. That might be a solid point for rejection and a pullback for more positioning or delta to build out to the upside. Right now, there's sold put support at 55.50, but a loss of that level could lead to a sharper pullback, evidenced here, to former rejection, which will probably determine if there will be a second leg higher for the day. Who lives up near Seattle? One of the islands there. I mean, I just looked. You know, they don't stick all the boats in the port at the same time, right? Wait, is Seattle just closed? It's not on the delay list. There are currently 84 vessels at the port of Seattle. Did anybody just consider checking? Where does the analysis you mentioned come from? The Discord, the like the private one. I heard Las Vegas is closing down. Actually, a drop in Chinese tourism is really bad for Vegas in the off season. But it's like it's probably not going to hit them hard until end of summer. What support level would you want to see for the potential of a second leg higher? Support it like 55.22 ES. 55.22 or higher on ES. I think a failure of 55.22 opens up a bigger pullback. He got them printed. He got the Trump 2028 hats printed before the tariffs went into effect. Mar-a-Lago is just filled with hundreds of boxes of them. There's plenty of boat traffic at all of the big ports. It's not smart. It's just gaming the system because you have control of it. Does Trump have any more hotels? Why has non-beta live data flips gotten worse after real time was released? They haven't. They're the same. That's just observational bias. The old ones are being calculated the same way they always have been. The new ones are calculated the way they're calculated. Nothing's changed on that side. Yeah, forget about Trump. More importantly, do you still have that copy of Goodnight Moon? I think I do. I can't sleep. You know, we recorded that. You can watch the video. I still don't know how a casino fails. You have to pay an 80% VIG to the Russian mobster who financed you out of bankruptcy. Hey, I'm in the loop. Fuck you, dork. So many people that think that grifting is a greater sign of intelligence than actual problem solving. It's interesting because that same group of people is like really against trans athletes because they think it's cheating. But one form of cheating is more acceptable than the other. It's crazy. I don't know how they wrap their heads around it. You are, but I've examined the code in depth and licked Nuke's taint for encouragement. Just because you looked at the code doesn't mean you understood it. I'm just gonna keep fucking with you on this. Used to be a pigeon whale. I'm currently poorer than the poorers. Oh shit. GS in the pirate song seems to be calling my name. Alright. Well, I'm sorry to hear about the downfall. Well, I hope you get back on your feet, man. I don't think Putin financed his hotel out of insolvency. Hmm. ES testing that 55, getting close to testing that 55.22 level that I mentioned previously. Also, the bearish consolidation is failing. Trend is broken to the downside. Oh yeah, I even said that about ES, Rims and Thames. I said bearish consolidation of the upside continues here on ES in the early morning. The 55.66 level for reversal confirmation still remains unbroken, but is an important level to the upside. It's possible that a small breakdown could occur here at the major level test and lower CTA trigger. Any pullback under 55.22 could see downside continuation. But I would watch carefully for support that indicates continued upside off of any pullback. I said it twice. And then in the 0 DTE gamma, I said downside support is weak. It's like you didn't even read what I write. You're a pigeon whale for life now. You need to step your game up. Honestly, I'm at maybe a 10% of understanding what I'm doing. How does a former pigeon whale not know where the write-ups are? Might have been before we started doing them. I don't know. To be fair, that's a lot of words all at once. It's a short paragraph. Only the last part of it came out after market open. Though we just lost 55.22 a little bit. How about that Treasury refunding announcement estimate later? The QRAs today? Tomorrow? Oh, that was this morning at 8:30. Or is it delayed? I don't see the refunding announcement today. Maybe they'll do it later today or after market close or something. What's ES 5522 on SPX? I don't know. It was like 5,500 ish, slightly above where we're at now. Does anyone else expect Gherk to read us Pickles picks from now on? Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not happening. Econ calendar says at 12. Okay. Which one? Have you seen NQ's monthly candle? It's all wick. Yeah. Why is GF 0? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I did a bunch of test data this weekend, and it didn't reset right. Oh, okay. Huh. Weird. Oh, it's moved to 3 p.m. Yeah, Pacific time. Weird. This morning it showed 8:30. Is this gonna bounce hard? Uh, it doesn't look particularly bouncy here. There's a lot of bot pits to the downside. That's weird, because I have a lot of bot calls to the upside. Well, right now it looks like if we get back above 5,500 or 5,515, that might work out for you. Did I miss news or something? No. We tested monthly delta neutral and got rejected pretty hard. And then failed monthly or weekly delta neutral, and then failed weekly gamma neutral, which wasn't great. Also have a lot of bot pits coming in. I don't know. Maybe it was like the entire weekend of Trump saying we're in negotiations. Well, Trump and Basant saying that we're in negotiations with China, and then China just being like, no, they're not. Yeah, Trump posted some doo doo this morning, but that was at like that was before market open. That was at like 8:30. Hmm. Gurk, gurk, gurk. I think they started selling puts again. Probably. Isn't your bias for today bullish? No. Well, I mean, it was like bullish this morning for a test of the weekly DN. But I outlined multiple times in the pre-market that that was likely to get rejected. Was that a rejection off of ES 5522? Yeah, actually. Hmm. I keep hearing that the shockwave from these tariffs hasn't really hit. Yeah, that's about right. The port of Seattle is not empty. There are 84 vessels currently there, 30 of which are like cargo ships. What's a pleasure ship? You mean like a cruise ship? So we have bot puts below us. Are they holding? Some are, yeah. There's some profit taking here, though. A bit. Hmm. I feel like 5,500 is a pretty important level. We'll see. We could reject here and fall back down the negative gamma to the downside. Or bulls could try to push through, but bulls still really need to get it back above 55.20 to get any momentum to the upside. So, the ways to go. Is Chicken Bacon Ranch a top 3 vibe? No. Ranch is disgusting. Now that's how you lose an audience. I'm just looking out for them. They shouldn't be eating that bland shit. It's garbage. Hmm. That's a nice rejection. 54.82. Yes. Next stop. Mm-mm. Mm. 54.75, 55.20, likely to touch both today. So which one first? We already failed the retest at 55.20. It's 55.22, not 20, but whatever. And then the next one to the downside is 54.82. And we haven't tested that yet. Or are you talking about SPX? No, today's not Black Monday. Delta flip's falling below gamma flip though, which is not a good sign. Still a lot of bot puts to the downside. Retest to 5,500. Slightly higher, wow. Hmm. Still quite a lot of bot puts. Bot puts coming in at 54.90 here on this test. Hmm. I love red, but I hate chop like this. That's fair. I don't think it's that choppy. I mean, it's like a head and shoulders, sort of. Hmm. Seems like a 5480 test with all the rejections would be next step, and then maybe more support there. Is this an NQ support level? Not really. Not like a major one. It's getting kind of close to one that's important, which is 19.3. I'm in an hour-long sales team meeting. I'm surprised this lost 5,500. What's the potential for another leg down? Maybe test 80. Pretty good right now. I think we definitely do test 80 here. I don't know if we lose 80, that would get significantly more dramatic. What's driving the downside? I mean, Trump tweeted some pretty crazy shit earlier today. As he does. We're going to 54.84. If we break 54.80. I don't know. I would say the next downside support would be like 60 if we lose 80. ES is getting kind of close to 5,500, which would probably be about the 80 test. NQ's getting close to 19.3, which would probably be about the same. Got a new lows for both. Could you murmur into the mic a little more often, please? No reason. Still can't fall asleep. No, I'm sleep texting. There's the 80 test here. Well, a little lower, I guess. Wow. WeBull's lagging way behind GS now. What the fuck is going on? Bot puts to the downside 75.70, 65.60. They're selling some puts at the 80 strike here. And a little bit of the 95. No bot calls though. 70 bot calls. Not many, like 50 of them, but a couple coming in. Profit taking on the 80, 75 put. Still more puts building to the downside. 70, 65, 60, and 55. So a bounce, but a contested one. I think it'd be pretty hard for this to get under 70 though. Is there a lot of support around 80? There's a little bit. I don't know, man. Trump could tweet about the size of Z's peener at any time. Boom, crash 300 bips. True. Where does Gex fall off as we go downer? What? What, you mean why is there less gamma to the downside than at spot? Gamma's always highest at spot. I just heard about funding trading accounts. No funded trading accounts. Know anything about them? Yeah, scams. All of them. Regardless of what everyone says on Reddit, still scams. Big old shitty scams. Yep. They're specifically designed to get you to pay the test fees over and over and over and over again. And then your best advantage, if you are able to qualify for a funded account, is that you get to give somebody else your strategy so they can copy it and make more money off it than you do. They're everywhere on YouTube. Yep. Yeah. There's a really good video of the CEO of Top Step like talking about how to scam traders out of their withdrawals. Top scam. I mean, it's not just that; it's all of them. They're all designed for the same purpose. It's 2025. Why would you need an army of morons trading for you when you could just make an algorithm? What's an algorithm? I don't know what an algorithm is. Have you made a pickle jar algorithm to scalp my bearishness? No, I just wait till you tell me what position you bought, and then I immediately buy the opposing position, and then I close it when you're about to close yours due to losses, and then I buy the same position as you. Funded trading accounts like trying to get monkeys to type Shakespeare. No, it's like trying to get fees for test accounts repeatedly over and over and over again by promising people something greater. How much do you need to trade futures? Like the minimum amount? Intraday margin's a little higher right now, but I think ES is 1400 intraday currently. Unless they lowered it. 1451. And then fucking MNQ is like 173 a contract, and MES is probably a little less than that. 145 a contract. So you need that plus any losses that you're gonna withstand at a minimum. NQ is 10, so NQ is like 17 right now. $500 for one ES at AMP. I haven't looked at AMPs today. AMPs is 400 right now. I put 100 as cushion. Yeah, it depends on the broker. I had WeBull open, so that's what I looked at. Stop trying to get people to dislike the stream, trash. Like the stream. I'd like to set up a 10x long Gherk pod shop, but we're having trouble tracking your trades. Perfect. Micros is 40, but the fees eat you up if you're scalping for less than 3 or 4 ticks. Yeah. Thanks, Digga. You know what has stupid overnight maintenance and day trading prices? Cocoa. Just good old chocolate. Shit's ridiculous. $11,000 day trading requirement. It's not the first one of the Trump administration. It's also later today. It didn't happen already. But I'm pretty sure it's not the first refunding announcement of this administration. That would have been back in Jan. Ooh, I wonder. Yeah, Jan. But was Basant in? I'm not sure. Cacao is definitely a requirement for night futures trading. Did Dallas Fed drive most of this? Or was it China saying Xi never called Trump? I think it was Trump's insane tweet this morning. He said, "Good luck to the great." This is at 8:37 a.m. morning diaper change. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, and aluminum, lumber, and energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border, all positives and no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we've been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. Trump on Truth Social. My confusion here is: does Trump think he's part of the Canadian election? Like, serious question: does he think that they can just go to the polls and elect him? Okay. I voted for you. Thanks, Jeff. Where did all this Canada talk even come from? Who put that idea in his head? I don't know. I don't want Canada. My favorite part about it is he just wants to make the entire country of Canada one fucking state. You got at least one vote in the Canadian election. I trust no one except Dad. What money? It's Canadian money. Canada gets 2 senators. Yeah. Jeffrey's description of Elon is the treacherous eunuch. Like that bald guy in Game of Thrones. No, that guy was awesome. He was always looking out for the little people. No, not Tyrion. He wasn't a eunuch. The fucking fat bald guy. They become just like Puerto Rico. You mean just ours? Oh, actually, I'd move to Canada in that case. No taxes. Varys, yeah, that was his name. I think his name was Podrick. Well, it's better than living in Puerto Rico, which I don't want to do. Is support building here? No. Cyprus is the alternative choice. But I don't speak Russian. Does he live in Puerto Rico? That would make sense. He's the type. Is there a Gamma Strike for Dummies tutorial on how to use the tool? Yeah, actually, a bunch of them. So there's documentation on the website itself, which will kind of give you the background information needed to understand it at gammastrike.com/docs. And then also there's about 15 or so Q&A streams that me, JFresh, and Dork did live here on the YouTube that you can check out. And those cover pretty much everyone's questions about the platform, and a lot of questions about how to trade with the tool. Okay, but other than those, though, I'm referring it to the proper Maeve. It's my YouTube, so the YouTube, this one, this YouTube channel. It's just a link to an online copy of options. It's a strategic investment. You know, despite JFresh probably never reading options as a strategic investment, he really did capture the essence of it. Like LaCroix. You didn't get me on a technicality. You're trying to play semantics. That's not actually getting someone on a technicality. It's just trying to create a micro argument within a larger subject. Hey, Gherk, Glorp, Dad, Papa, Faja, what's up? Ever since we first tested it 15 minutes ago? Grammar is not semantics. You want me to get you on a technicality? What do you say, LaCroix? Like, oh, I forgot. I forgot where you're at now. How would Gambit say it? LaCroix? Oh, Jesus. It's LaCroix. Guess how many people we can support on RTD now? 1 million. $1 billion. More subs than we'll ever have. Overbuilt. Hashtag. Pronounce Toar for us. Because reasons. What? What reason? Grammar refers to language structure, syntax. Semantics is the literal meaning of the words we use. So you were arguing semantics, not grammar, because you were arguing by saying the YouTube. Somehow I had misspoken. That the meaning was incorrect, despite it colloquially working. But they are both different aspects of the function of language. Harry Potter, the cloak. I capitalized it with the upward inflection, Maeve, at the beginning of the. I can't believe I've dedicated so many years to simping for someone who's a purist about French pronunciations. What have I done? I don't know. Do you say buffet or buffet? It was a good try, Maeve. Are we talking niche again? No, this is different, but similar. So the only thing that can save the bulls is a trade deal announcement. Well, we keep waiting on one. There's 18 countries that are really interested. Ask Warren when you're on the phone with him next. Ooh. Your German is execrable, though? Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's just niche. It doesn't matter. Oh, you're okay. You're talking about biology. It's still niche, but both pronunciations are acceptable. One just sounds stupid when people say it. French fries or French fries. But he said he made 200 deals, but there are only 195 countries. Make it make sense. I can't. La Croix. You can do it. You've already gaslit me into NVIDIA. I was pronouncing cash like cake till about a year ago. It made sense to me. Well, I'm glad that you don't anymore. Is the data in the Pickles Picks morning write-up essentially what's in the GS end-of-day data, with a little bit of overnight stuff sprinkled in? Or would there be a big difference between end-of-day data and right before market open? Depends. If there's economic data in the pre-market, then yeah, there can be a very big difference. Also, if there's big overnight moves. No, we're not talking about Nietzsche. Well, your teachers from school were probably idiots, and I don't know who Clint from Clint's Reptiles is. But both pronunciations, niche and niche, are acceptable. But one just sounds really dumb. I went to a birthday barbecue filled with engineers this weekend. I was gooning on what I'm recently working on with design while telling them literally no information about it whatsoever, I hope. And the guy thought about it for a second and laughed and said, damn, aka super fucking slick. Nice. You can't tell them about the technical parts either. Those are the parts that are replicatable. You have to tell them like a story about a system that someone else designed for a thing. Stop violating our privacy agreements, Nuke. It's not special. Literally every giant tech company builds shit this way. I know. So you guys aren't complimenting Nuke enough, and it's causing him to leak IP. Give Nuke more compliments. Nuke publicly explaining his NDA and what not to share. Peaktism. No one understands Glorp. Nuke was at a party full of people without access to pickle jar support. What did you think would happen? I didn't know he went places. Why is my gamma flip point $0 today? There's an issue with the data on the standard service today, so there's no gamma flip. Compliments to Nuke for fast fixes. Shame on Dork for things being broken. Got it? Yep, that's it. But mine's here on the stream, so you can use that as a supplement. I'm just giving you shit, man. Uh, Also, we need to talk to the lawyer this week about Jay Fresh cutting his hair. I didn't even know that was something he could do, but it's not acceptable. Don't worry, Gherk. I only fully explain the inner machinations of Gamma Strike to anybody who lined with me at the grocery store. Thank God you live in Reno. Jayfresh gets negative points if he cuts his hair. He'll become way less cool. We need some sort of protocol to transfer bips between Jayfresh and Dork based on their hair length. What is your opinion on steel case chairs? I've been sitting in one on stream for the better part of 3 years now, and it's been fucking amazing the whole time. It's the best chair I've ever sat in or owned in my entire life. And I've had Herman Miller's too. Tell the lawyer you want to bring a claim against JFresh for loss of consortium. He'll get it. If that's how it works, I'm going full Rapunzel. Well, it was just JFresh and Dork. I mean, if you want in on it, you guys can. That's fine. It's gonna be like Samson and Delilah. One of them's gonna cut the other's hair at some point, and that's what I'm hoping for. My bips are not involved in the mix. I'm gonna go bald with Grace. And by that I mean I'm gonna shave my head and get really buff like Bezos. I thought you were doing the Silver Fox thing. We'll see. You strike me as the type of person that would watch WWE, Sahib. Can Silver Fox the beard while the head shaved? Ooh. No, that just looks creepy like that guy from that Pawn Stars show. I have a steel case gesture with a headrest. I think next time I might get the leather one though. How much are those? Yeah, they're like $1,500. It's your back, man. Damn, those have gone up. Ooh, do I want it in chai? I think I would get it in chai. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's like 1,800 bucks. Worth it. They have a steel case gesture. That's what this is. It's a gesture. What's your favorite Office Max chair? Sub $250. There was like a Staples one that I used to have that was pretty good. I forget what it was called though. It's like all mesh. Hiking. That's it. I haven't lost any hair yet, but I feel like it's gotta happen eventually. Like I looked at my hair a couple days ago and I was like, that doesn't seem as thick as it once was, but I'm not sure. What would happen if Basant guided down TRA? But he wouldn't want to do that, probably. He would lose control of the YCC. I do have a boar hairbrush, actually. It's made by some like British company, Kent or some shit like that. I have one for my beard too. Legan Platt reports earnings today. Oh, interesting. Get on the minoxidil and finasteride train like the rest of us. Don't you have to put that shit on like every day? Otherwise, all the hair falls out again. Also, I'll never take the other one. The finasteride. Fuck that. The side effects are creepy. The first stage of hair loss is denial. Isn't that the one that causes ED? I think so, yeah. So you get your hair back, but you can't get it up. Yeah, yeah. I think that's exactly what happens to them. Aren't you Italian? Just have good hair genes. I mean, I do. I'm not bald yet. So wait, so I shouldn't be taking the gas station hair pills. I'll just get all my hair cloned like Elon. I don't believe anything can give you ED. Poor Carl, bald and flaccid. Use a red light therapy hat? How is shining light on my head gonna make it grow hair? I'm not losing, let's be clear, I'm not losing my hair yet. I'm not using any of these things. I just will eventually. It promotes blood circulation in scalp and the hair cells? That sounds like bullshit. Was it like Superman? You just recharge your hair? It's ridiculous. Just go bald and become the Doctor Evil of stocks. Sounds like a chiropractor prescribed that. Wait, hold on. Are chiropractors allowed to prescribe things? If you haven't lost your hair at this point in your mid to late 30s, you're not going to. Hmm. Doubt. The sooner you take it seriously, the more I haven't lost any yet. Calm down, all right? Red light therapy seems like bullshit, but there are a handful of studies indicating it helps with skin. Right now, no solid evidence, though. Okay. Skin would make more sense than it causing hair to grow. Can I just rub kryptonite on my head to become Lex Luthor? I didn't know my mom's dad. I have no idea if he lost his hair. My grandpa was. He had hair until he was like 90, but it like not a lot. No one said anything, but it was like there was a comb over going on, like a strong comb over. Sorry to distract from this hair talk, but any updates you can give on how positioning seems to be filling in? Still bot pits to the downside. 65, 60. A little wall of sold pits at 75, which has acted as support twice now and is starting to kind of collapse. There's some bot puts down at 60, 55, and 50, and a few bot puts to the upside at 85 and 90. For the bot calls, 90, 95, 5500, and 5505 seem to be the majority of positioning. Oh, and there are now some bot puts coming in at 70 below the sold puts, which is interesting. I would say that the interest to the upside is dwindling, but not a lot of interest is picking up to the downside either. So probably just more chop in this range. But maybe we chop in the lower range on a failure of 75. So like 60 to 75 in here versus where we're at now. My mom's dad had a full head of hair his entire life. Wait, did he die when he was 40? Thanks, trash. I don't care about beyond earnings at all. There's an old Portuguese tradition that if you want a thick beard, you rub chicken shit on your face. That sounds like a way to get somebody who's an idiot to rub chicken shit on their face. These are my favorite chats. When a bunch of people confidently talk about medical things, when they really have no idea what they're talking about, it's fun. It kind of is. Hold on one sec. Alright. Huh. Do you put any weight into the dollar milkshake theory? There's some validity in it, but there's parts of it that are incorrect. Like, it doesn't really account for, like, the de-dollarization that is going on currently. It definitely doesn't account for the U.S. systematically attempting to destroy its own exports and financial stability or trade agreements. So, if the U.S. is going to act as the accelerator for the the eventual liquidity crisis, then I think that the theory kind of falls apart. Which is kind of what we're seeing with the trade wars right now. As we're seeing the dollar milkshake theory fall apart, in a sense. We're seeing diversification into, precious metals, foreign currencies, foreign equities. That's why I've said that Trump is gambling with something really dangerous by playing with US exceptionalism and, well, dollar exceptionalism. Doesn't matter what flavor the milkshake is. It's just a metaphor for liquidity. So it's not, in fact, bringing the boys to the yard. No, no. The boys were already in the yard. The year is 2035. Gherkin is streaming with 400 viewers and 22 likes. He's bald. I'd like to have $500 million in 22 years. Or 10. NQ really doesn't want to lose 19.3. The ES level at 5,500 is probably more important. What if wearing baseball caps 8 hours a day is bad for your hair follicles? They're not tight. Like, you can get like a finger in there. They're pretty loose. Also, I don't think it's done anything. Like, what would it do to them? Rob them of light? They're not getting enough red light. Why wouldn't it get oxygen? It's a permeable cap. The hat actually protects your head from the headphone bands rubbing. That's actually why I started wearing one. Because I fucking hate that. Like when I wear headphones for 5 or 6 hours and it's just constantly rubbing on my scalp. You have plenty of circulation going on in that big noggin. Your hair will thrive. Can you finger your hat again? No reason. I don't have a headset dent in my skull. Can we get back to equity picks and pickles picks? I've been missing those. Me too. Honestly. I mean, right now we're kind of just in a situation where if the market's going up, you can buy Mag 7 versus the index because they'll probably outperform. And if the market's going down, you can just short the index. So it's like, and then everything else is just super risky. I guess you could play bonds. It's like correlation is high. Very. AQN is a fortress? Fuck yeah, it is. This is a great trading environment. It's just a very shitty investment environment. The follicles are languishing in hair gel with no vitamin D to sustain them. Are you offering vitamin? Never mind. A lot of gamers do. Why? Buy better headsets. I use the refill kind. The disposable ones have heavy metals in them and shady vape juice. I spent half the stream Googling terms you guys mentioned. Very educational. Expires when you go bald. Noted. I'm here for the food recipes. Nice. We haven't done any of those in a while. I've been too busy to cook lately. Is that? I don't know. Maybe that's like a little depressing. We failed to fill the upside gap. Yes, it's pushing down to retest 5,500 now. It'd be kind of cool if we lost 75 here. Is there anything coming up news-wise? Trump had a meeting at 12:30 with the vice president. And he meets with the Speaker of the House at 2. And he speaks at 4. And he does not shut the fuck up. Left another gap at 477. Hmm. Do the breakfast burritos not count as cooking? No, not at all. Just got a YouTube ad for hair replacement. Thanks everyone for making YouTube even worse. It's spring break. Of course Vegas is packed. But you made salsa. That takes like fucking 15 minutes. We left a bunch of upside gaps. Oh. There's a gap at 77, 86, and 55.16. But we did lose 75, which is super cool, especially if we keep dropping now. Because now the downside supports are at 60 and 50. Bounce here or no? I think they'd at least try to fill the gap. Gap's at 77, so it's like right here. Mm. Gap fill. 80 is still resistance here, though. So careful. This trade station hard to use. It's got a learning curve. What the fuck do y'all Yanks do spring break? It's final season? Like Easter through the well, just like April generally. Like the week before, like the week going into Good Friday or the week 2 weeks after. It depends on the school. Gap fill denied so far. But yeah, it's not a great look. Yes, retesting 5,500 from the downside. MQ's got a little bit of a bid going. Now the gap's filled. Still resistance at 80. Bot puts at 80, 85, 90. And then out of the money at 60 and 55. A few bot calls coming in at 90, 5,500, 5,505, and not very many. The slide back down to like 70 or 65 is easier now. I don't think it'll be as grindy. Vol going back up again. Vol increases on a loss of 70, all the way down to the 50 support. A few more bot puts coming in above support, and then bot puts starting to come in at 65 and 70. Hmm. Yes, failing the retest of 5,500. Uh, hmm. Hmm. A little bit of vol shorting on that one. Hmm. Still puts here. Morning. Afternoon. Same shit, whatever. I don't think the market's becoming agnostic to Trump tweets. He just hasn't said much in the last week that threatens the markets. But if he pulled back on any of his claims or of trade talks or applied punitive measures to any other major economies besides China, the market would absolutely go down hard as fuck. And fucking with the independence of the Fed is a huge deal. Yeah, so smoother drop to the downside now. Made 13% of my port. Probably going to call it a day. Truly, thank you. You're welcome, Void. Happy to help, man. How about I mean, I feel like talks of invading a sovereign nation is kind of worth going down for. Yep. Well, he didn't talk about, actually, he didn't talk about invading them. He specifically asked them to vote for him despite him not being on the election. I think that might actually be worse than saying we're going to invading somebody would be bullish. Yep, he did. He did. He asked Canadians to go out and in their election and vote for him, the leader of a foreign country. Is there anybody in Canada running on the platform of Make Canada a State? You're joking, right? No, I'm serious. MCAs? Make Canada a state? I bet my entire report against yours that he gets over 1,500 Canadian votes. Can you write in for, like, the national election in Canada? We only elect local MPs, so there's no national election? I thought there was. PM? No write ins. Thanks, Jim. Party leader becomes PM. Oh, okay. So it's like same setup as England. I've never paid attention because Canada's not important. It's almost like Canada is a Commonwealth country, but independent from Britain. You love Canada because I'm Canadian and you love me. Sure, man. When do you expect Gamma Strike to get its first Michelin star? I mean, our service is impeccable. The food's really good. I don't even understand. I don't understand why we don't have one already. Exactly. Chef's kiss. You shut your mouth, dork. Do you think there will be a late day rip to the upside like we've seen so many times before? I mean, we could. It doesn't. The only problem I have with that is, at least as of right now, it doesn't appear that the bearish positioning is pulling back at all. So, like, the bears aren't taking a lot of profits here. And if the bears aren't going to take profits, then they're going to continue to apply downside pressure. Don't let the oak walls and industrial freezers throw you off. Gamma Strike can make you money and please your tummy. It's true. None of the 5,500 puts are closing. I don't recall ever seeing something like that in the last couple of weeks. No, bearish position's been a lot more flighty up until today. But now they have a reason to be bearish. Trump has confirmed once again what we already knew to be true, that he's an imbecile. What do you charge for rent on those freezers? You looking for somewhere to hang out for the winter? What the fuck does he mean he has an escalation letter? Has Trump tasked him with delivering a letter and he's refusing to do it? Ooh, Argentina's BCRA's Basili met with China's PBOC officials. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. According to the same Chinese foreign minister, China and Russia should enhance the influence of greater BRICS. Iran proposes to meet France, Britain, Germany, and Rome on May 2nd to discuss nuclear program. Europeans have yet to respond to the Iranian proposal for talks this week. 38 counterparties taking 148.64 billion at the Fed. Ooh, that's bearish too. If RRP is shooting back up again. Jesus, that's a fucking big ass swings in RRP. So Friday we went down to 94.02 billion. And today we're back up to, what was that? What did I just fucking say? 148.64. It's like a 50% increase in RRP. Jesus. Hmm. Interesting. So over the last 2 days of straight market pump, RRP dumped 45% and then went up 58% today. That's nuts. It should go up into the end of the month. It almost always does. Just really big swings. Like the downside move this close to the end of the month is very odd, especially such a large one. You know, I'd have to think about it. One second. I mean, it could be due to the QRA, I guess. That's one potential factor. Banks are probably being a little cautious with their short-term liquidity. Fuck was that? Oh. Ooh, we got out over 80. That seems like an accomplishment. Uh, Big call spread. Bought 55.15, sold 55.20. Like 5,600 contracts. That's large. If we move to the upside from here, well, above like 90, 95, some of the volatility should start to fall off. That was easy. Yeah, bulls are must have it. I mean, there's going to be resistance here, and there's going to be more resistance at the 5,500 test, but they're pushing. Starting to get some bot calls, 40.90, 40, 54.90, 95, a little bit more at 5,500, 05, and 10. Looks like that big spread is doing some damage. What's the gamma flip? It's like 54.96. Mm. Everything is fine. There's the gamma flip test. Still bot calls the upside out to like 55, 10, 15. Hmm. A little bit of a rejection here. Probably some profit taking. Mm. A little bit lower high. Hmm. Still bot calls to the upside out to 55.10. Doesn't seem to be shifting too much. Surprised there wasn't more profit taking. But maybe here at the major test with the delta flip. Yeah, it seems to be a little bit more aggressive. Hmm. It's a retest of the 55.22 level on ES also. Not quite VWAP. Still below VWAP. VWAP's up at 55.33. If this loses 95, it could fall back to 80. Well, I guess it loses 93. It can fall back to 80. Hmm. Retesting the gamma flip. Huh. Some out of the money calls at 55.20 and 25 closed. Still not a lot of profit taking in the money. Slippery slope to the downside still. The retest and failure, I think, is kind of bearish. Maybe we'll leave a gap here. Nope. Filled. Interesting. Oh, liquid sell off. Oh, oh, tricky. Negative gamma to the upside. Positive delta above the flip. Oh. Hmm. Still short of the reversal on ES, which is at 55.28. NQ's a lot stronger, though. Wonder how much that matters. But NQ's down more on the day. It's a second failure. Is there any capitulation on this one? No. The 90 calls are kind of falling off a little bit. Fucking big weird spread is still there. There goes 93. Ball's picking up. Still no calls closing. Buyers coming in a little bit higher here. If bulls give up here, this will dump really hard. Intraday megaphoning. A little bit. Bulls are trying to pressure the 5,500 resistance. I don't think bears really need to do much. They're still just sitting on a bunch of puts. One second. There's a gap back to the downside, by the way. In the 44.96. Still no significant profit taking by the bulls, though. And they have calls all the way out to like 55.30. The market's, I mean, ES is down like 38 points today. It's not exactly moving up. Mean reversion on some profit taking is a lot different than a bullish move. An actual reversal still up here at gamma neutral. So it's quite a ways to the upside. Hmm. Little tiny spike in vol there. So maybe some profit taking here. Do you think long WeBull is a good idea? I don't know. Didn't its options change just open? It's probably going to be super volatile for a while. Ooh, that's an interesting little dump. Back to 5. See if we lose the delta flip here. Still a lot of bot calls. I don't think this is dead yet. Although I guess they could just close. Vol's going up a little bit more aggressively now. Unless this loses 90, be very careful of a bounce, like a sharp one. Headed towards the gap of 96. Still in the money, bot calls at 90 and 95. NQ slipped back below 19.4. Retesting it now. No gap fill on the downside. New high on NQ, but a lower high on ES. Some bot puts coming into the downside now. 5,500, 54.95. Still bot calls at 10 and 15. 54.95 calls are starting to take some profits slowly. Posture check. Doing slouches. I would love this to reject. I mean, for it to reject, the bulls are going to have to close out their calls. And right now, they're not doing a lot of that. Alright, new high on ES there. Um, 5,500 and 54.95 calls are starting to take profits a little faster. There's some sold puts, 55.10, not very many. Bought puts at 55.05 and 5,500. Neither NQ nor ES have tested VWAP yet. Still have the gap back here at 96. Out of the money calls at 20, 25, 30 are closing. The at the money puts? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. There's sold puts. There's like a synthetic long at 55.10. It's not very big yet, though. Hmm. Retest at 5,500. Yeah, Gamma still falls off pretty sharply to the downside. There's a decent amount of delta at 5,500, but if that slips, not too much support until you get down to like 60 or 50. So just held up here by bot calls and a little bit of positive gamma, which isn't a very stable position to be in. Not a lot of sold puts. More bot puts coming in at 5,500 and calls being closed at mostly 5,500 and 5,520. 1 second. It's hard to tell if the bulls are giving up on going higher. They might be. Starting to, at least. Looks like those out of the money calls are starting to close up. These fucking volumes are insane. Hard to say. Left a gap at 55.05 and still one back at 54.96. there anything coming up? Trump speaks at 4, right? Basant at 3. With whom? Oh, just the refunding announcement. Yeah. Hmm. U.S. Energy Secretary, right? The administration is refilling the strategic oil reserve now. Ooh, interesting. Well, I don't know if Basant's going to be a presser or not. Trump's hosting the Philadelphia Eagles live in 8 minutes. NQ finally tested VWAP. Oh, there ES goes. VWAP test. Hmm. Nice. Hmm. 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 Well, Trump's about to talk to the Eagles. What do you mean, why is the market melting up? There's only one logical conclusion. Hmm. So. Bull's gonna ramp above this. U.S. Treasury expects to borrow 514 billion in the second quarter. Bumps April-June borrowing estimates up to 514 billion versus 123 billion previously. Treasury estimates assume debt ceiling gets addressed. U.S. projects 554 billion July-September net borrowing, cash at 850 billion end of September. Bigger borrowing mainly due to smaller cash pile. U.S. Treasury retains end June cash balance target of 850 billion. UPS in talks with Figure AI to deploy humanoid robots. Hmm. They 5x the amount of borrowing. 4. Mm. Treasury maxing out their cards, just leaning harder into yield curve control. So much for the strong dollar. Sure feels quiet. They're waiting on news, which just dropped. Oops, cuts ain't cutting it. Nope. Push for 30. 20 seems reasonable right now. 30 is going to need more interest. Also, in the money position, starting to take some profits. I feel like stronger YCC should be moderately bullish. It's the top side of that spread that was opened earlier right here at 15. Calls out to 25 right now. In the money calls starting to take profits though. I think we'll see a big sell-off because pre-Trump, there's a little bit of profit taking, but it's not like a ton yet. I don't even know if Trump's talking. We mean at 4 o'clock after market close, maybe, maybe like into close. Kind of flat on the day would be interesting. I'm getting pretty close to the gamma neutral test. New high on NQ. SPX. Seems like getting some a little bit of support. Time gamma falls off pretty hard to the downside now. Less support at 5,500 and 5,505 than there was. 5510 support's also dropped. Probably still have about $5 more room to the upside. But we are getting more profit taking. It's these types of upside moves is why I hate bullish moves. Oh, like just the persistent grind up shit. If we lose 5510, volatility is going to start to pick up more substantially. So I'd say 5512, like right here, is a fairly important support for bulls. And then 5500. News? What news? Is everything on fire? Kind of. I've been doing alright. Thanks for asking. Grind up with the stop tapping wicks that immediately reverse are the worst. Yeah, yeah. Huh. Another new high on NQ, but a lower high on ES. NQ now down 30 points on the day. Should mean that ES is about flat, right? Pretty close to flat. there's still bot calls to the upside at 20 and 25, so they're still trying to push for a gamma neutral. Not much above that. Few bot puts at 15 and 10. Not a ton of them though. It's like a little bit of a contested breakout, but it looks like bulls are still, they still have the advantage here slightly. Ibuprofen in addition to your Claritin Allegra for your allergies. Game changer for me. Interesting. To what end? For like sinus pressure? Sinuses for sure. I already take like Flonase um for like sinus inflammation, but I'll give it a shot. Hmm. Still more fucking bot calls. Hmm. Oh. Alright, the majority of bot calls are in the money now. Well, almost in the money. NQ testing 19.5. ES testing 55.50. Which actually isn't that important of a level, but it is, I think, the week close from the prior week. So it does matter a little bit. This is like really anxious, so my palms get sweaty, and I feel like I'm gonna die. Then I eat something, it goes away in 15 minutes. Is that what normal people call hunger? Okay, you're not that autistic. You know what hunger is. We've got to keep you off RFK's list, alright? Shh. What's M&M spaghetti? That's why you have to force yourself to eat a breakfast, and then that way you don't feel that way during the trading session. Are V-Days back on the menu? I miss mid-2024. This is not quite a V, but it's close. We're kind of in the middle of where we start to get V's versus where we get rejections right now. And Q getting a big sell-off back down to 19.5. Looks like some profit taking here. $25, a little bit of a resistance now. What did I say? Reversal confirms at 28, right? Hmm. Pull back to gamma neutral. There's still one downside gap left. Hmm. If this doesn't fail 20, probably push up to 30. I guess I should just say GN. If it doesn't fail GN, like if we get support above GN or test GN and bounce, probably up to 30. Why is everyone so surprised by this? This was the whole thing. Pull back, move back up again. So far, the market's done exactly what I said it would do this morning. Remember that one guy that was like, where we bounce from will likely determine whether we get a further leg up or not. Actually, I think we bounced a little low, so we might not get as high a high, at least today. I think it'd be pretty hard for them to push back up to like the 50 level, 40, 50 level. DN seems out of reach now. But I could see us closing at like around 30-ish, where it's just kind of flat on the day. Should be good for bringing realized vol down. Ooh, getting a little closer to gamma neutral. Failure here could still be pretty ugly if there's like a sweep of profit taking. A slightly lower low. I feel like ES not breaking above 55.50 is not great. Also, still a lot of NQ buyers at 19.5. They're kind of floating this here. No move up in vol unless we lose 20. Tempted bounce on the back of the distribution. some in the money call buying, protecting downside puts, downside sold puts at 55.05, 5,500. New high NQ. VIX tapping 25. Hmm. What do you keep hearing? Worse and worse news while the stock market keeps going up and up. There's a lot of short vol on the chain right now. Also, the market's flat on the day right now. Change, but there's a bunch of profit taking. Finally. Plenty of people coming in to buy the dip. Jesus. Oop, I got stopped out of my call. Motherfucker. What the fuck? Pricks. I'll buy a put. That worked out. It's weird. I got stopped out of the call at 23. The spread just got weird. I didn't even get stopped out on the wick. I think it triggered my stop loss and then filled higher, but still shitty. Lesson here, never use stops. That's not the lesson. It was a 5,500 call. It's fine, but I think the lesson is probably use stop limits on in the money options. Stop getting fucking support. Actual fucking morons buying the dip on everything. What, $27 on 5,500s? Nice. What did I fill for? I filled for 24.19. Oh, you top ticked it. Nice. If you're on your PC and scalping, isn't it just better to make a mental stop and sell at market? No, because you get sometimes like a wick like that doesn't stop and bounce back. And then you end up like chasing price down. Oh yeah, also selling in the money options on market orders is usually not a great idea. It'd be cool if we sell off below gamma neutral into close. That would actually be kind of bearish into tomorrow. I wonder if Trump speaking after market close, if people are just gonna take more profits here. There's a bunch of bot puts at 55.15. Still a shitload of bot calls at spot. Nothing substantially closing out. Hmm. Yeah, not much more delta up here. A little bit of gamma at 30. Charm's probably fine, right? Maybe even slightly positive. Yeah. I feel like it'd be crazy if we pulled back to 15 and then bounced to 35. Hmm. Is that too much? Maybe back to 20. Hmm. 15 minutes left. Twenty-eight. Pull back. Hmm. Pull back to 17, but not 15. Uh, if this doesn't pull back, I wonder if they try to squeeze 50. Okay, this is a little bit of a pullback, just not a lot. Hmm. 11 minutes. Oh, there's the squeeze. Mm-hmm. 40, 45, 50. Possible. Difficult, but possible. Guess it depends on if bulls rug themselves too much. Did we bottom out at 70? I think we hit like, must hit 50, right? 68? 68. Profit taking is pulling back a little bit on the upside here. 7 minutes left. Oh 'Cause I don't know. Tokyo. 35 bad. Hmm. Not really. Four minutes left. One sec. So like a date where GS will go live. I mean, it's open now, but it's still in beta. Specific date for when we're gonna do like our like official launch outside of the pickle jar, not yet. We have a lot more work to do first. But we're getting there. I should stay to my call longer. 3 minutes left. Everything's just concentrating at 35. Fuck. What do I need it to close at? Like 33? 34. Or lower. Oh, it's fucking live. It's like live. You know? I mean, yeah, there's some advantage to getting in early. I mean, you get more time with the data, and then also if there are any price changes and you're in for a year or whatever, you lock in your rate. Although I don't foresee any. You never know with the tariffs and shit what's gonna happen. The stream needs more likes, almost always. Oh shit. Oh, my butterflies. Do it. Don't drop too much. Calm the fuck down. Just 30. Just right at 30. Cut it off. Nope, that's too low. Go back up. Fuck you. Bitch. Ding ding. Yes. Wait. Is 2870 enough? Okay. Well, I don't lose money, I guess. I just don't make anything. It's fucking loose butthole. Alright. Let's see. What time do you plan to be streaming tomorrow? I mean, I generally plan to be streaming when the market opens. It doesn't always work out, but usually try. If not market open, usually I'm on within the first like 15, 20 minutes of the day. All right, so we tested the market maker's downside expected move pretty much on the nose. Bounced back above gamma neutral on the weekly. Failed to squeeze out to DN on the second upside test, but we did get a slightly higher high going into the end of the day. Just a little bit, right? Yeah, 55.40 versus this. No, hold on. This was higher. That's why it's just masking that candle. Slightly lower high, 55.53 versus 55.40. But still room for this to continue reversing off of the bounce. Closing below delta neutral today, probably not that significant, although made a little bit more significant by the fact that we have actual data tomorrow. So bears are in a better position than they would have been had we floated up above the delta neutral on the weekly contract. In the overnight, it looks like the retest of 55.66 failed, and we're pulling back below the prior week close. 55.45 to the downside and 55.2250 to the downside are fairly important support levels. We'll see if that continues to fail in after hours. Obviously, Trump's speaking right now, so that could have some bearing on overnight direction for the futures. NQ actually closing down 20 points today. So bigger sell-off in tech. Probably a little bit of lost confidence there with Trump's reinvigorated rhetoric against Canada that he brought up this morning on his Truth Social. Dollar down 66 points on the day with the larger issuance. The QRA indicates about 4 times, almost a little more than 4 times, more expected issuance for the next fiscal quarter. more than 4 times more than expected issuance for the next fiscal quarter, which saw yields actually decline from about 3 o'clock, but there's a fairly good chance that those will start to turn around, especially as those auctions are realized. So Basant clearly needing to lean more into YCC, which will likely continue to weaken the dollar. And if the dollar continues to go down, that's not going to do good things for leverage. Commodities broadly up. Oil taking a bit of a hit today, even though they announced that they were refilling the strategic oil reserves. Oil down 176 points on the day. Silver and gold up. Gold up very significantly, 2% bounce back so far. Obviously, betting against dollar risk and mirroring the decline in the dollar. Correlation starting to turn around a little bit, actually. I know we got the bump into end of day, but at end of day, correlation, like the dispersion dropped off a bit and correlation picked back up again. It's kind of starting to look like this is bottoming out. I would keep a close eye on this. If the dispersion trade starts to fall apart, likely after larger earnings this week, if it's going to, we could start heading back down again on the index. So probably a lot of dispersion into earnings, capture the move up and implied volatility on equities, and then heavily incentivized to close those positions post earnings. So something to keep an eye on. Carry trade leverage falling off very sharply today, down almost 15% from today's open. Really significant decline there. And we see the bear steepener picking up, but forward yield on volatility kind of flat on the day. So they're still pushing down on vol, but there is incentive in the market for people to continue going long vol. And so that short vol position is at least getting somewhat pressured now. Bond volatility still over 100, but mirroring the drop in correlation. Looks like out of the money put interest declining into today. Maybe we'll see a little bit more pickup now that today's passed and we did have that lower high. Correlation down a little, but still very elevated. Breadth narrowing. Fed fund futures up a little bit, but still 2 rate cuts by September. And the bear steepener picking up about 5%, back up to the 50 range. So a little bit of worry there. We have ISM manufacturing later this week too, and GDP. Both of those are going to be huge drivers of the 10-2 year spread. So we'll keep a closer eye on this week. I haven't done technical analysis for this week yet, but we did partially. Well, we almost sort of a little bit filled some of this gap to the upside. 55, yeah, but not all of it. And we're still moving down and retesting the EMA 30 each day, which is interesting. So there's still some pull to the downside and some profit taking here above the EMA 30. Obviously, we have the the MA 50 to the upside around 56.11. But if we continue to fail to fill this gap, I would say that that's probably pretty bearish. I don't think that's going to be the outcome. I think it's more than likely that we move up. We move up towards the 50 MA and probably try to retest the Jan low. I think we've got enough sold puts to pull it off over the next week or so. But there are potential surprises on the tariff front, GDP, labor data, all of which could substantially affect our ability to move higher, or push us back down into squeezing those short puts that have piled up beneath spot. And they're not very far from spot. They're only about 3% out of the money. Even with today's very slight move up. However, today will have pushed realized vol down a little bit. It will incentivize probably more short put selling, maybe at the 5,000 strike now that, or the 5,500 strike now that that's been regained. And so there is a platform, here at the EMA 30 for bulls to push off of. So we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, gap filling to the upside's a little bit bullish. And then, then we're looking out to that 56.96 test, which is what was it, the November low, right? I think. Yeah. Yeah, November 24 low, which was an important level. It was where we failed before we dumped. Um, it was the level we were unable to regain. Well, we tested the Jan low here and then failed to regain the November low and then dumped like a rock. So, yeah, 56.96, very important. Also very important for CTAs coming in. Anyway, that's it. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see you guys tomorrow. As far as the write-up goes, I know I didn't get everything done that I usually get done for the week. Last night, allergies are killing me right now, but I'll try to get the macro shit written up tonight, and I'll get the technical analysis for the week written up as well. Thank you guys so much. I'll catch you later. Peace.